Ooh.
We're
The bars of this
live.
cage are almost knobbed through.
Onomatopoeia.
I already said it first. Fuck you.
Yeah, well, it wasn't on a
Onomatopoeia.
recording,
All
bitch.
right.
Craig is here. Or his better half.
Previously, oh, is that correct? Yes, it is correct. Okay, all right. Previously, in the stained glass lands, the party venturing northwards to Estelheim to seek answers as to the predicament they found themselves in, passed through an underground channel with the stained glass lands equivalent of the Underdark. You meandered your way through rocky tunnels, mushroom forest, mossy glades, and eventually came across a creature known as an Idolgoth, a minion of a beholder, a parasitic eye-like entity that used to be a Vulpanal that looked at some secrets it shouldn't have far in the stars. You fought the Idolgoths with some allies you made along the way. You encountered a Hell Knight known as Yearning of the Gallows, in the caves, who was in search of a young Vulpanal named Lukas. After the cave collapsed on you, you gathered together in the rebel and found Lukas and took down a Death Kiss, a general of a Beholder's army. You discovered that this cave used to be owned by a choirfolk named Mutasen, who was discovering means of eradication of the soul. You encountered some poetry, you saw additional clues and information as to what's really going on here in this world and what you're doing down here, and eventually packed up for the night. We spent the rest of the evening chatting. And at this point, I would like to say, if any of you have any conversations you would like to have that weren't addressed by the previous session, now would be the time. I do have one, but I would like that to be one of the last ones.
What's everyone doing at this point?
If we haven't settled down for actual rest, I'd say Fosker's still just. He did his rounds, so he's back just sitting at the fire.
Since we are resting in the layer, ooh, I like that word, of the death kiss. Any time not spent on watch, Reed is kind of like messing with and familiarizing himself with his new alchemy supplies.
Sure thing.
Anytime on watch, he is standing in front of the entrance like a statue watching. Nothing.
And thus the night progresses onwards. Lorenz, the dream you had this night about the tall woven man staring out the windows, interrupted by a slight shake on your shoulder. You can see the sort of spikily clad armor of Lukas on his body. He's kind of seated back on his haunches, just trying to wake you up.
What is it?
I would like to talk to you individually, one-on-one.
Sure. Yeah. I'm
We
just
can
gonna
walk.
get up.
Come with me. You can see him sort of eye read gently. He has his bow drawn, but he gestures for Lorenz to follow.
Lorenz follows, tired, a bit sleepy.
And he is going to keep pace with you. You can see his ears are pointed, listening for sounds. He's very much attentive, but he's conversing. You said that you were from the Sands, yes?
Yeah,
I was.
What do you remember of your youth? Of your childhood?
Really, not very much before I was 5, I think. I was my parents had been. I actually don't know exactly what happened to them. My earliest memories were of Tabaxi taking care of me. She was, for all purposes, my mother.
Hmm. Nothing before that, then?
Not a thing.
Come sit down. You can see there's a little alcove. You can see him mutter something, and a flame blossoms in a palm that he takes a torch to and gently lights it, sets it near the side, and just rests with his back against the stone wall.
Lorenz makes himself somewhat comfortable on the other side.
My childhood, I'm not going to tell you much of it, but what confuses me and bewilders me above all else is your appearance. In every way beyond the mirroring of the two marks on your snout, resembles my younger brother, Arho. See him turn a shoulder and spits on the wall.
Okay.
I was told that I had another sibling by my mother, but that he died in childbirth. Is that you, perhaps? I wonder. But I don't understand why they would lie, why they would care and abandon you. Uh, my father cared only about one thing, I guess. But that is no longer relevant.
I'm sorry. I really don't have a lot of answers to your questions. My entire life has been nothing but the sands, and
You know, sometimes, Lorenz, when I rest my back against the earth and I look up to the sky, it is if my body is discorporating into the world. I can feel the ashen peaks be the rays of my knuckles, the beat of my heart, the wind that whips down the rime-fire plains. It is as if I am one to this world. That's why I chose the path I did. Do you feel the same? What guides you? What do you fight for?
I wasn't sure until recently, but I think right now my purpose, what guides me, is vengeance, anger.
You can see him kind of shake his head. Looking at you, I can't understand that. When I told you that my comparison to Arho was not a good thing, I meant it. There was no anger, no vengeance in Arho's eyes. He was dead, as if there was nothing in the world that mattered to him. But there was something so indescribably wrong with the way he talked, with the way he walked, with the way he breathed, with the way he looked at the world, crawled and prowled. He destroyed us, this family. If my father knew what Arho was, I cannot blame him for taking you far away.
I, Ooh. I think Fel just went muted.
Oh, sorry, I got a call. Can you say that again, please?
Oh, I didn't say anything. I just made
Ah.
an observation. You were muted.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't understand if. Okay. I'm just indulging you right now. I'm not saying for sure I am who you think I am, but let's say that maybe I am. Why would your father take me instead of the other?
I don't know. I'm not asking for your indulgence or your sympathy, but I will answer any questions you have. But the reason I brought you here is because I felt I had an obligation. Because if you really are my brother, I would want you to know that the beholder in Algiz is your mother.
Shit.
I, I can you repeat that?
Elana Salvanto, or was her name. Can see him look very wary. I don't know what my father did to her to cause her to turn to such means, but that is what she became. That is why I hunt the creatures I do.
I don't have any words for that.
I don't usually have any words, but I do have arrows.
Seems a fine substitute.
I believe that Elana was looking for a cure for Arho, your potential brother, to find and cure what was so very wrong with him. And it looks like she failed.
I see.
To put it in perspective, there was the last thing Arho said, and the first thing he said to me at once was, when I asked him at one point who his family was, he smiled and laughed and said the simple rhyme, "Mother had another and ran off to have." Father couldn't bother and wrapped his mouth around a gun. If that answers questions you have, then I hope it does. It pains me to talk about it.
I can see. I appreciate you telling me this.
When you get to Vale, you will be conscripted, in a way, into joining the Anubian Inquisition's cause. I've seen it before. Travelers are simply commodities and resources to them. I know that beholders themselves are weak and frail. Their minions are not. I would like you and your group to help me on my own individual cause to put Ilana, my mother, perhaps your mother, to peace, to rest, and end this nightmare in Algis. We will be acting in direct defiance to the Anubian Inquisition, yes, but if it produces the results we want it to, then I do not see how they would complain. If you are willing to aid me, perhaps you and I can both get answers to questions we have had for a very, very long time.
I'm willing to see what I can do to convince the others.
You know, sometimes I still think you are Arho, that nightmare child in some pantomime, playing some mimicry, some game, something of cruelty. If you are real, then I wish you to be, then it is nice to meet you, above all else.
Well, if I am, it's nice to meet you as well.
If only it were under better circumstances.
I wish I always made up stories when I was a child that, I had a family somewhere, and
You do.
I-
You do, I suppose. If one of us happens to die or we get separated, there is in Estelheim my older sibling named Euclaria. She is a lecturer for Lyceum Draconis. She lives with Arho. You can meet them there. I don't visit for obvious reasons.
I understand.
Yes.
Thank you.
We should get back to camp.
Yes. Thank you. Again, I hope for either both our sakes that this is true.
Hmm.
With
Could see him
that,
give a very, very faint smile, but there's no real. There's just tiredness in it, sadness in it.
and with that, Lorenz is gonna sort of slowly, almost hesitantly, to leave, turn around, and walk off back to camp.
And he will join you. All right.
Starting off strong.
For real.
I was
Yeah.
genuinely gobsmacked.
Not the twist I expected.
Hello, mother. Hello, father.
So, underneath all the fluff, is there just like an extra eye somewhere?
Later.
Might I do one more thing before morning
Absolutely.
time? Wow. Well, at some point tonight, I don't know who would wake me up for watch, but whenever I'm woken up for my turn for watch, I would like to ask that individual and or Reed if they could keep an extra eye out on my behalf for just a little bit of time.
What is it, bird?
I'm hoping to give Leora an opportunity while we have something close to peace and quiet. If you could make sure that the stranger doesn't leave this chamber.
I'll look over to the. Actually, I'm not sure which of the two foxes is more sulky now. They have their own personal space. And I will respond back to Fenton. I will give them an exceptionally hostile look if they try to leave.
That would be appreciated. And I'll go quietly rouse Leora.
Leora will wake up, blink, and stare back into Fenton's face and ask, "Is everything okay?"
Yes, things are well. I apologize for waking you. You really do need the sleep. I know it's been a long day, but might you follow me?
Yeah, of course.
And I'll turn back up the lantern, and I want to walk back out of this main chamber and back towards the blood pool area.
The blood is fresh as ever.
Delightful.
Leora, I thought you might appreciate an opportunity to spread your wings a bit. I doubt we'll get another chance this good for quite some time, at least. If you are willing, of course.
She would smile very wide and she would nod her head. Say, "Yeah, yes, please."
Good. I did want to prove to you that I can make good on a promise, and this might be the best time to start. But in your own time, of course. But yes, wings are a prerequisite.
She would nod and laugh, and she would place her staff and her necklace and her cloak very neatly in a small pile, just kind of on like the corner, not in the blood pool, but close enough to it that she could keep an eye on things. And the air around her would shimmer a bit as her vulpinal features became a little more elongated and more bat-like, and her wings shifted into existence.
Fenton smiles and watches this transformation. I don't think anyone got a very good look at you last time, so he definitely takes a moment to observe a choir folk up close. I assure you that I say it platonically, Leora, but you are beautiful.
Thank you.
Sorry, I should confess I may not be the best teacher for this. I didn't get the hang of flying myself until I was 9, which is years behind average. But I will do my best.
You'll be the best teacher that I've ever had.
Plus, I figured it might be a good time where she could watch. And I'll gesture up to the mural of Muse above the pool.
Leora would be absolutely beaming at the thought of it.
Okay. Yeah, I think Fenton would probably not jump right into to full on flying, but whatever it looks like, just starting with taking off, just a press of the wings down to get a couple feet into the air and then landing again without flapping another time. Of course, choir folk flight might not translate directly to Aarakocra flight, but Fenton is doing his best.
Leora will do her best to stretch out her wings as far as she can, kind of loosen up the muscles that have been aching since she first revealed to everybody that she was choir folk, and just try her best to mimic each movement that Fenton made and try to follow suit. And it would be clumsy, and she would fail a few times, but she would eventually get the hang of what it's supposed to feel like whenever the wind hits the wings and weightlessness follows.
That is very good. Yes, I'd say you are getting the hang of it. It is until you get to a comfortable height, a continuation of the same. I no, perhaps you should not get too high until we practice a bit of gliding at a lower elevation, but this is good.
Thank you for taking the time to do this, by the way.
Of course. Of course, what a delight it is to be able to.
And her flying right now would look more like long skips where it's like she catches just a tiny bit of air, but never enough to completely leave the ground, and especially not enough to comfortably say that she had taken flight, but it's the closest that she has ever gotten. So
Yeah, I think this lesson would continue until either enough time passes where I feel like I need to relieve Reed again, or Leora really needs to get back to sleep.
then I'd say she's probably gonna be way too excited to sleep. So
So it's a
Another
good
night
long
of
flight
tossing and
lesson.
turning.
I was gonna say we can go back and relieve Reed, and she'll just sit there and hide behind one of the stones that Lucas cannot see her from, and just let her wings stretch out.
Lovely.
Leora, are you echolocating at all?
I would be, yes.
Just for posterity, it does take concentration to echolocate,
Mhm.
as if you are casting a spell. But it's easy enough to do just in your spare time. You can do it as much as you want.
Remarkable.
Foshkra, I would like you to roll a wisdom save. Hang on, is it wisdom or charisma? Let me see.
If it's for the dreams, I think it's wisdom.
It is wisdom. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom. Pardon me. Yes, do you dream? And go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Given everything, probably. So wisdom
Tasty
saving throw.
dreams.
Ooh,
Ooh.
dirty 20.
Reed, give me a perception check.
Nat 20.
Oh, no.
Oh my
god! that snake's not getting
Leora.
any camp this night.
Yes.
Like a spider wrapped around a bug, you can see through the echolocation, through invisibility, the long, spindly arms of the Yuan-Ti just hovering over Fashra in his bedroll. You can see the tongue flickering out, the head kind of moving in a serpentine-like motion around Foshkra's face before you can see it internally snarl and very quietly stand and slink off in fluid, swift motions. It tries to pass Reed, but Reed, you feel the faint swish of air after hours of standing vigil just brush past you.
I'll wait 1, 2, 3 seconds. Then I'll snap my fingers and bark out a laugh and cast fairy fire like 20 feet in front of me.
All right. It's going to roll a dexterity saving throw. And it will succeed.
Ooh, okay.
You
So-
see very, very briefly a outline of a humanoid, hunched, gaunt figure, but it manages to slip out of the spell.
I'll look around. Who's awake?
I'd say
I-
check
Who's
for
awake
Fenton.
after Reed? Yeah.
Can I see?
Yeah.
Is it the same one that?
It's
That
the
was-
same one that you spoke to.
Interesting. Fenton, are you still awake? Or are we letting Reed?
Who was intending to be on duty after Fenton? Oh no, it'd be Fenton, since he woke
Yeah.
up.
Correct.
Fenton, you're up. You can see Reed laugh, mutter a spell, and look around.
Yeah, I'm doing a decent job watching, so I'm not too distracted. I'll kind of perk up with my hand on my rapier at my belt and look to Reed. Is everything all right?
Not alone. Something very good predator. Invisible.
Hmm.
I felt it.
Where? Which way?
I'll point out to the vast network of caverns that is not our room.
I would pick up my staff very quickly to let the glamour fall back down over me, and I would get both of their attention, but most especially Fenton. And I would say it's the same one. It's the same Yonti. I saw it.
You saw it. Do you see it still? Is it still here?
Would he still be in my sight, or would I? be
There's a
able to-
limited range to it, about 60 feet to 120 feet if you continue concentrating on it for enough time, but he's out of that range by this point.
Okay.
He's moving quickly.
Kind of wave my hand through the purple sparkles in the air from the fairy fire. Thought this would work.
It seems he's gone for now. We can try to chase after him, but I don't know how well I'll be able to see. Or how far he's gotten by now.
The creature will come to us.
I saw him. He was bent over Foshkra. He was doing something to him, or it looked kind of like he was doing something to him. Is Foshkra okay?
I'll walk over to Foshkra and start kicking the side of his arm.
Push
Wake.
swats out of your finger.
Wake, Foshkra. Check yourself for wounds, poisons.
Stirring out of his sleep, you see like his eyes still closed, but his he kind of like scrunches up his eyes and nose and whatnot, and he's fighting, not wanting to wake up. What is it?
An
Read.
invisible creature was over you.
His eyes like snap open, and he like sits up, almost headbutting you as he gets up. He looks around. You said invisible.
Yes,
Why am I looking if it is invisible?
you are looking for wounds or poison.
He like taps the much smaller patch of dead white scales in the center of his torso. Wounds, but no poison.
Leora, when you spoke to the thing earlier, did it indicate why would it come back? I believe you mentioned dreams. It's something that it sought after in us.
Yes, it. He said that he liked our dreams. From what I can recall, do they consume dreams? Pushkar, were you dreaming? Do you remember?
Yes, I remember.
This is a snake. And
Yes.
Tura says the best place for a snake to be is at the side of your enemy, not in your camp.
This is the one we found holding Fenton in the alley.
The same.
Hmm.
Who was on watch?
I was on watch.
I was up as well.
As was I. I
Well,
was
since
the
Reed's,
one-
I imagine Reed's closest to Foshkar. Foskar's gonna like smack him on the back of the shoulder. You did not do good job. You let enemy into camp. We're
I
on watch. Your responsibility.
felt him in the
Oshkar,
air.
it would seem that the creature has been in our camp before. Reed was the first to see anything at all.
You can argue amongst yourselves about whether I should be on watch. I will go continue to be on watch. We don't walk away.
Well, now that I am awake, and you have told me that there is an enemy among us sneaking in, I do not imagine myself getting much more sleep as it is. What is the hour of the day? Do we know?
It's late in the night. It's nearly morning, as far as you can tell. Lucas is familiar hunting in caves. He has methods of keeping time.
Leora, you said you could see the unsea, when Reed could not?
See, yeah, since also, yeah. think it's a bad thing.
Well, it is good now that we know we have a regular extra at our camps. That is one method. I'm trying to devise a way to prevent this from continuing.
Maybe I should take watch a little more regularly.
Well,
Keep an eye out.
You need sleep, of course, but if the timing is right, perhaps we can be more ready to spring an attack on it. I don't know what the goal is, but I agree with Reed. A snake is not something that we want here in our midst.
Jane made a suggestion before we settled. We set out traps, things to act as warning, things they may trip on or should reveal themselves with. This is something we can do without having to have Leora up all night.
That is wise. Yes, and there are arcane traps too. Not that I know how to cast any, but this is certainly another idea to research. Physical traps, though, in the immediate. Yes, that is wise.
Thinking of that, Fosher's gonna look around at the stone floor and see if the UNT left any visible tracks in like dirt or dust or anything.
The stone floor, there isn't too much to work with.
I imagine it's been here for a while. Maybe some dust settling, some dirt. There was a giant freaking cave in that
Give me
pushed a
a
lot of wind and dirt.
survival check if you'd like.
Yes. I'm proficient. Ha!
Good lord.
We're gonna pay for this later.
The squeaky lizard gets the grease.
Yes, throughout this tracks, Foshka, you are rage searching. You are very mad that this thing was kind of like dementoring above you invisibly in the middle of the night, sucking away your dreams, and you're very angry. And somehow this sort of heat of anger draws your eye towards little marks made by scaled feet in the ground.
Oh, it's
Which can-
feet, not a tail.
It keeps its tail up.
Scaled feet that aren't my own.
Yes.
Alright. Foshker gets really low to the tracks and kinda follows them up to the point where Reed is sitting.
No, this one is digitigrade. It does not have. It is not a UNT abomination. If there were a UNT abomination, okay, things would be very different.
I think it'd be less stealthy.
Yes, it wouldn't need to be stealthy. The tracks lead past Reed and through the purple clouded mist that he left with his spell. Who is following? If
I will.
Chain would follow.
Is Chain awake?
Yeah.
Probably
I
after all the
Reed
noise from
was
the.
laughing.
Oh, laughing.
maniacally.
So Lawrence is the only one
Yeah.
still asleep at this moment?
Lorenz is down with Reed.
Lawrence is done
Totally
with
fair.
Reed.
And for
Lucas.
that, you're going to be protected by Reed, as he will remain there to watch over the two people that are not leaving.
The two
Yeah.
foxes. The fox watcher.
Nice.
Watcher of
The
foxes.
four of you venture off. Foshka, the trail leads to another cave in this system, some 5 minutes walk away. With a natural 20, you're able to do that.
Yeah.
And
One
turning
question.
around.
In this
Yes,
time, did we get our
Yes.
long rest?
I'd say yes. It's practically
Okay.
morning.
Oh, phew. Oh my goodness, I got spells.
Get my HP back.
You turn the corner into an otherwise utterly dark cave. Leora, if you are echolocating, you can see, sort of reflecting off these waves of sound, the vague impression of a seated gaunt Yuan-Ti with his back to the wall. You can see knees bundled up to his chest, arms wrapped around them, one finger to his lips in a shushing motion, looking directly at you, Leora. And the four of you are now in this probably about 20 by 10 foot cave.
Ah, it's just the skull dog chamber.
No, we'll get to that.
If Lior doesn't say anything, Foshkra is following these tracks like a goddamn bloodhound.
I will stay quiet for the moment and look around in the meantime, trying to find literally anything else.
You can hear the faint burble of a stream cutting through this underground cave. Chain Fenton, are you doing anything?
Do the
Just-
tracks just kind of like disappear when we get to this cave?
No, the tracks lead to the invisible form. Foshker rolled a natural 20. He deserves it.
Ah.
I'm only
Ooh.
following the lead of those with better tracking sense than I. That'd be Leora and or Foshkra.
Same.
At some point,
About-
Foshkra gets right in front of the UNT.
Yes. About that time, Foskra, you can hear the sound of shifting scales, and there is a blade at your neck as this thing has sidestepped around you and is pressing a blade to your throat. You can immediately see it come out of invisibility. You can see the shirtless from the waist up form, the sort of raggedy rags around its waist, thin but muscular upper torso. You can see the scales bunching and tensing, or the muscles bunching and tensing underneath the white scales, and whispers, "Now, I advise calm, Ignan. Peace. Silent. There are things in this night I would not want to awaken. May I place my blade down?"
Foshkra is not moving, tail twitching, looks out of the corner of his eyes to see if he can see the rest any of his other party members.
I would have lurched forward.
And there is a quiet yet very threatening resonation in his throat as this blade is up to his neck. And as softly as he can, "Toka snake, if you cut deep, so I do not have the opportunity to grab you after."
I have no intentions of resorting to such primal means. I wish to talk. Can you grant me that courtesy?
Foshkra looks over to Leora.
I am not asking her, I am asking you directly, Foshkra.
Her answer depends on will deter my answer. She is the one I trust here, not you.
Consume look towards Leora.
I would very quickly nod my head, hoping for peace between them, and I would look between them and ask the Yuan-Ti, please let him go.
There's no verbal response, but the short sword whirls around and is sheathed at the UNT's side in a split second. You can see him step back and place both hands behind his back. He mutters something, and balls of glowing, dancing light appear in his hands. They sort of stream around the room, illuminating it in full.
Being released, Foshker immediately whips around to face the snake, but and then takes a couple steps with his back towards the aura.
Your watchdog is competent.
I do hope you intend to say more than that.
No, but I will field questions if you have them. I am not afraid of a fight, but you have discovered me now. Things change.
Why are you
Hello,
following us?
Jane. I am interested in you. You and your group. There is much in the undertow of this world. I was tasked with keeping you intact, alive, and unknowing of those who fight for you, of which I am one.
Fight for me? What do you mean?
You are irrelevant as an individual, but as a collective there is meaning. I remember you.
Oh, I remember you.
In that house. Where did you take it? It must have. Pardon me. It must not have meant much to you if you no longer dream of it.
Who's saying that I don't dream of it? Where
I
I took it
am
is for me to
saying
know and for you to not.
I will find out eventually. If you wish for a name to refer to me by, Cass is the one.
What was
But
it? Thoughts?
Cass, Kaas.
You'll have to forgive us, Cass, for not being willing to trust the words of a Yanti who has been lurking in our shadow for an untold amount of time.
I am not asking for your trust. If I asked for your trust, you would not have believed me. Actions matter more. Do they not, Foshkra? You would understand that.
And what actions have you shown us that would allow us to trust, other than sneaking into camps and hovering over us like some ghost of the past?
The assassin of Shrivasi, who was telling your group as well, I dispatched of. And you can see him point towards a very, very fresh scar in his side. You can see most of the scales have blackened. I have taken that wound for you. If you do not trust me, his body is inside the pool of blood.
The other snake.
Yes.
And now do we know that you were not the assassin and he was not the one sent to protect? You only have your word. We have seen no action.
If I wished to kill you, Foshkra, I would have done so already. If I had wished to kill that bird in pardon me, in Ulasker, then I would have. Restraint shows much, does it not?
You did not kill him because you did not have the chance. You were found before you could strike.
Do you think that?
I know only what I see. I do not believe words of one who stalks through the night.
Oshkra,
Hmm.
he had the opportunity to kill me if he wanted to. I was alone in the cave.
Cass, perhaps we need to dig a little further into motivations here. You say you are part of a group tasked with what, to what ends? Would you protect us? For what gain? For what purpose?
There is a statement you sentimental types enjoy employing. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. You are, by logic, a friend.
And your enemy?
Those who follow Srivasi. I have no love for choir folk. I have no love for your music. But I tolerate it. I am not at liberty to inform you of my organization.
But you claim to want us alive merely because Srivasi wishes us otherwise.
Srivasi could not care about you. Srivasi could not care about any except for Leora. And since Leora is of your kind I will protect and care for. I cannot say how jealous I am of you and your dreams. You can see him mutter a spell and shift into the form of I'm blanking on her name. The Tabaxi. Fenton, your
Taraji?
Taraji, you see him shift into Taraji, and all at once her mannerisms seem exactly like you remember. It is a wonderful thing in order to see into another's
Drop.
mind.
Drop that, Cass, if you value your life.
You can see Taraji tilt her head. He shifts towards Foshkra and morphs into a younger lizard folk. You recognize it to be your brother. Maybe you will understand me more if I'm speaking to you face to face. Or how about you, Chain? You can see him mutter a spell. You can see him assume the old form of an old crone, a kunku with a drawn face, Reverend Hatchet. I could never figure out her voice. It was more of an amalgamation, a collection, a feast of antiquity, a veritable collection of them.
Do all the tricks you want. I still beat you to it.
They're
You're
not
nothing.
tricks if they are real, Chain. Do you understand what you have done?
And what is it that I'm supposed to have done?
Can see him stand back and morph back into the form of Yuan-Ti. You are under the assumption that people care for you, Chain. It is naive. The people out there will abuse your consciousness, will appease to your fears and your thoughts. It is simpler to cast them away, but I know it is not easy. In either case, you can see him sort of twist his neck, roll his shoulders. I do not subsist off the same food you eat, the physical nourishment that fills your stomachs, saturates your veins. I need the processing of dreams to draw breath.
Phil, one question.
Yes.
The face of Foshker's brother, was it as he last saw him, or is it more grown up?
How would Foshker's brother appear to Foshker in his dreams? Younger?
The last he saw him 5 years
Or
ago.
the last he saw him then 5 years ago.
Okay.
But you, Leora, I have never dared encroach upon your mystical landscape. It is something of reverence, it is something of beauty I dare not disturb.
Can you answer something for me?
If it is in your interests, I will.
You said that Shrivasi cares about me. I assume that they care only to see me dead. Why? Why do they care?
The last link in a chain, Leora, is the strongest, but it is solid in its finality. For all of us, you need to be strong.
Thank you.
But why the choir folk? Not just Leora. Do you know Shravasi's motives in the world today here?
A deity is the integrated sum of its constituent believers. It ceases to be when its believers cease to be. There are many ways to kill a god. Shrivasi has done many, but his most satiated, that which he gains the most fulfillment from, is the slow and gradual loss of a deity's jurisdiction, of its people, of its believers. When one becomes forgotten, they thrash, they die, and are easily, readily consumed.
And your group cares about muses standing as a living deity. Why?
I can think of a very, very rapt sigh. I do not like your questions, bird. Keepers of Mazarim are so helplessly inquisitive.
I don't like you in my dreams.
Steps back, and you can see bronze scales twist out, spread. He comes taller, throat deeper. He takes the form of Abhinava. Ah, that's better, isn't it? Look, in the words of all of the keepers and all of the historians out there, they really never once at all touched upon what happens when a deity dies. Well, so happens that there's a loophole in this world, and the dormant sources of power are available for consumption. And you see that snakes are quite greedy beings. When they see something they want to eat, they will coil around it, crush it, poison it, let it fester and rot on its own biochemical processes. Soon its heart will give out, and its body can be consumed with impunity. It takes planning, it takes care, a surgeon's knife. You can see him twist back into the Yuan-Ti form. But that is to speak in metaphors. I find them more direct than simple revelations. Do you agree?
Fenton
I
just kind
wish.
of has his jaw
Yeah.
clenched. I don't. Yeah, he won't respond.
I and my people wish to keep the order alive, so that perhaps one day we too can be free from Shrivasi.
If your
All
goal is just
the
for, if your
Go
goal
ahead.
is just, if your goal is just to keep Leora alive, then why do the rest of us matter?
Here one to speak, Jane. Because you care about her, she cares about you. A person should have friends.
Didn't you just say that nobody cared about me? And that I was naive to believe so?
I was not referring to this group. Your view of this world is myopic, Bert. Expand it. He gives a sigh. I am sorry, Leora. I could not save your mother. Someone else got to your father.
Someone else got to my father. Did
Yes.
he perish as well?
They are both deceased. We tried.
Well, I suppose it's nice to have confirmation of what I had always assumed. Thank you for trying.
Where do we go from here, then, Cass? To let you walk away on your word?
Do you believe you are capable of protecting Leora? As a collective, your group, the ones you trust. I do not ask for your well wishes. I do not ask for what you believe yourself capable of doing, but what you realistically are. I know that Foshkra likely cares for all of you more than he himself wishes to admit, and will savage the hand of any who try to harm this group. I know Chain to be nothing more at the moment than craven his own fallen deity. He is a non-factor. Fenton, you are questionable. I never trust the word of a bard. But who else? That hound, that now he will exist. He will remain and persist. And Lorenz has absolutely nowhere else to go. I advise you and your group to get over your petty squabbles. There is more at play, more at stake. Emotions are a wonderful thing to behold from a distance. Be glad you have them, but do not let them control you.
I see the question still remains, however. Whether or not we can get by on our own does not give us any indication on whether or not we can trust you, leave you.
That is
I
not our decision, Fenton.
am not asking you to trust me. Reason with what I have done, the actions I have taken, and what I have said. Use your brain.
This is on Leora to decide. She, as I understand, has the most reason to want this one dead or gone.
If there is one more thing I can do to earn you on my side, can see him reach spindly fingers to pull the cobra-like hood on the left side of his neck away, and you can see 6 puncture scars on the side of his neck.
Oh. Shit.
Your godfather ensured that I was to be your defender. He shakes his head and drops it.
Fushker looks back at Leora.
He
Fenton,
looks like a mixture of
go
mildly
ahead.
horrified and confusion.
The creatures that Muse created are known as vampires. they subsist off blood. If bitten thrice, will becomes malleable. My organization presented me as a gift to Lord Sinai Curus, an offering of peace. I forfeited most of my will to him, and thus I became Leora, your guardian. It was dangerous for a choir folk to leave his castle, but a vampire's spawn, one familiar with the ways of Yanti. I have watched you grow up. You represent a shining star of hope in an otherwise bleak world. I thought emotions did not exist, but evidently, with regards to you and what I would do to keep you alive, it was within my capabilities to feel.
Damn it, Phil.
What do you want to do, Leora?
I'm not sure there's really anything to do. He's had apparently every opportunity to act if he had any nefarious things planned. Um, I think he's safe.
And he will continue to sneak into camp to eat dreams.
No, I will not. The development of echolocation is indicative of maturity in choirfolk culture. She has outgrown me by discovering me. I will leave. I have tasks to do.
Hey, Phil.
Yes?
Being able to look at him and what he's wearing, is he wearing the same clothes as the Dragonborn back outside of Curious?
Yes.
Motherfuckers.
You're just now figuring this out.
No. So hearing Leora and her decision, and hearing that the Yuan Ti is no longer going to try to sneak into camp at night, Foshker looks over at Shane and Fenton.
Then we have no stake on his life. Leora wishes him alive.
Shane's just like looking down, like assessing costs. He just goes, I have one more question. That Dragonborn outside of Curious, that was you, wasn't it?
Yes.
He turns to the three that he's with. He flips them off. He turns back to Koss, gives him the double bird, and he walks off back to camp.
Yes! Thank
Wait,
you.
wouldn't that be the triple bird because you're a Kenku?
Take good care of Leora, please, Foskra Fenton.
Wait, then outside of Curious, you stopped us because of the news we had received? The letter we had found?
I did.
And that was you and the Twin Blades. At Lyceum Draconis?
Yes. You are attentive.
I have no stake in the matter there, but I think it is my right to be curious. Is this relevant to the same end goal?
You can see him morph into the form of your father and give a throaty laugh. I knew you'd tell a good story one day. Yes, it's part of the same goal. But why do you care? It does not concern you. Leora does.
I think if you've seen my dreams, you can piece together that I care about just about every little detail.
And you care about every little person you meet to some capacity. It's a useful thing for someone like me. Isn't it?
I won't lie and say I would prefer you not to continue. It is disturbing. I don't.
Turns back into his Scianti form. I thought it would be comforting in either case.
You are mistaken there, but it is impressive, I suppose. It is.
I find you individuals odd. I will leave for now.
One thing, Snake, Gus.
Yes.
I will give you one thanks for the face you showed. But do never take that face before me again. I will kill you if you do.
To attempt to do so would make showing your brother your slashed open body very challenging for me to do if I am to remain an emotionless being. Do not pick fights you cannot win alone.
I do not pick fights, I give warning. And you do not understand. Foshkra or Ignan, if you were to claim otherwise. That was courtesy on my behalf.
I see. Keep your allies safe, Foshkra. They are not as bad as you might think they are.
The one you are concerned about. She has my name. If you know my people, you know what that means. Now be gone with you.
And see him give a long, long, raspy sigh. May the roads treat you well, for they part ways. He mutters something, turns invisible. Well, no, he doesn't turn invisible this time. You can see him simply turn emotionless as ever and start limping down a dark corridor.
Oh my god, Fel, that voice!
Fosk returns to Leor and Fenton again.
Begin walking to camp. I'll do what I can to ensure we are not followed.
Very well.
Leor would nod and turn and walk towards the direction of the camp.
Foskra just waits like maybe about 5-10 minutes after they're gone before following them, and but keeping an extra vigilant eye, and ear perked up as he does.
There don't seem to be any other stragglers in the night. All right, and everyone reconvenes in camp.
We're never making it out of this cave.
Never, ever, ever. This is the
Morning
Lord
rises
cave.
and you can take a long rest. Go for it.
Oh
Woo!
boy.
Oh, hold on. I think we have a couple important conversations to get to, though.
Yes, if you would like to
Another
converse, you
2
are welcome
hours.
to do so.
The party
could go forever here.
Never making
those
it out.
that left the camp come back to the camp, and Reed is still sitting there like a mushroom on a log.
Oh, he would have turned. Lorenz, I'm so sorry for you. If you
Wait.
weren't there.
You
For
you
what?
cut out.
Oh, he would have turned into a certain someone if you were there, Lorenz. And that would
Naturally.
have.
Probably
Involved
result in
that,
a punched
probably.
snout.
Yes.
Honestly,
The party yeah.
it's probably this turned out better. For the best. This was for the best.
Lorenz is happier with fewer memories.
The group reconvenes at the campsite. You're welcome to have the conversations you like.
I'll tilt my head at Chain coming back first. You were gone a while.
Found a snake. And that's kind of like all he says is he doesn't like stop to talk. He just keeps walking back to like where his bedroll is.
Huh.
Does it have the padding on it?
I'm not giving you the satisfaction of knowing.
Spite now in HD. I will wait for the others to come by and try to somehow piece together what happened from the context clues of nobody wants to talk to Reed.
I definitely do think that Lorenz has some things to talk about.
I think getting back into camp, it would be safe to say that Fenton, others can join him if they wish, would recount what happened in the other chamber to Lorenz and to Reed, unless he is intentionally not near Lorenz.
I'm not avoiding Lorenz.
Well, avoiding. Yeah. So it's recounted.
Interesting.
And 5 to 10 minutes later, Foskra walks up.
All right. How long have they been following us?
Presumably since we met Leora.
I didn't meet Leora 3 years ago.
Well, clearly they have other operations going on in the Twin Blades. It was vague about that.
The letter the snake retrieved from us. What did it say?
It was.
It's still in your bag, isn't it? You took it back.
Did I?
I just listened to session 2 today, and you did in fact take the note back while I was holding it at knife point.
I guess that's true. I will retrieve the moldy note, piece back the 3 parts of it, and then kind of do it in a different order until everything lines up, and show it to Jane.
The Seeker's ward has been compromised by the Cabal. On the Night of Tears, I know not what it means. I will set off tonight by foot to the duelist's quarter. May Kalashar enshroud my steps.
This snake did not want that message to make it to its destination.
And yet, if I recall correctly, while disguised as that Dragonborn, the Yuan-Ti invited us to speak specifically with Sitnia Malgrave, one of the preceptors of the Lyceum Draconis Duelist's Quarter, so thereby we would be delivering this message on his behalf. Perhaps it was just to get the paper out of our hands, or to slow the message, or to target it specifically at Sitnia. She could be part of this organization as well.
Remember that. I will forget it.
Yes, I will.
On that front, I just want to say to every single one of you, I fucking told you so. You all made me feel like I was fucking crazy.
At the time, you were.
I wasn't.
No, now
This
you're
is in
vindicated.
character, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah, no, this is in character. This is not out of character.
I will not deny that you were correct, Shane. You had indeed seen that figure before. Your instinct is good.
I feel energetic. I think somewhere far above the sun is rising.
Well, if you're feeling energetic, I have some things to share with the group. I spoke to Lucas last night. Essentially, what he told me is that when we reach Vale, we will be essentially conscripted into the war. In a sense, the Inquisition sees travelers as nothing more than commodities, is what he said to me. He would like us to help him kill the Beholder.
Well, that seems a little bit out of our way, but I suppose we had discussed the possibility of the kind of information that could be in the Beholder's lair already.
It's not only overall information, but it might be information pertaining to me. It's complicated, but Lucas seems to believe that I am his lost brother, and if that is true, that makes the Beholder our mother.
Oh, this is quite a morning already.
Oh, what fun.
It isn't fun. It's rather sad, but I can't deny I'm confused myself. I want to feel, I don't know, I want to feel sad about it, but I don't know how to feel, but that's not important. We might be able to get some answers from this, and in laying what might be possibly my mother to rest, Lucas's mother to rest, may provide answers.
Answers. Yes. Family. No.
Perhaps. I do not know the mechanisms of beholders, but Lorenz, I assume you're suggesting our trips to the astral plane. Some sorcerous astral magic, something very outside of my realm, but if a beholder is in your bloodline, I could see some interactions, perhaps.
And besides, if we do lay her to rest, it helps the Inquisition, and it's a win-win for everyone, essentially. That's what I understand it as. So I say, I'm willing to help him.
The Inquisition will be at odds with the Hell Knights. If one of them wishes to kill me and the other owes me a favor, the Hell Knights will owe me a favor.
I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
Do you believe they will try to conscript me?
I believe they will try to convince us that we should help them, or in some subtle way guide us to what they need to get done.
Subtle.
Reed, in your case, we can only hope that the Anubians in Vale consider you similarly to Abassi. I doubt they'll trust you, of course, but maybe not be outright hostile considering other events in Turisas or Talani.
I hope they put up an entertaining fight.
Where is Lucas, by the way? I think we just collectively decided he's not here.
Sulking
he
in the corner.
is restringing his bow and probably watching.
Okay. Well, is he
He's
like
not
in
intruding.
range? Is he like in range to hear?
He's a ranger. He's very good at hearing.
Okay, so
He heard nothing about Choir Thunder.
He's gonna go straight to the paralictors. Like, you have no idea what I just heard. We gotta tell everyone.
I mean, I've always been under the assumption that if a character isn't involved in a dialogue, they do not. They were saying, "Oh, I'm snooping in." Lucas is not snooping in. He knows that the group has a conversation, and he is staying away.
okay, well, before I do anything, Lauren's just gonna turn to everyone in the group and ask, does anyone have any objections to this?
By the group,
Jane-
aren't you guys talking in like a huddle by the entrance to our little section of the caverns? Because Leora and Foshkra did not stick around that area.
We are talking wherever we are gathered for breakfast.
Yum.
Brecky.
The most important meal of the day.
I mean, I think the conversation's been long enough, Fushka, for y'all to be here in the same place, unless you're doing something else specific.
No, other than picking up the camp for everybody else while you're sitting there jaw-jacking around.
Okay.
Yeah, doing nothing important over here.
The lore doesn't matter, just the everyday needs of survival.
Uh,
The nerd and the jock.
Lawrence's breakfast will have some spice on it.
I will interject on Lauren's question and say, I would prefer movement towards our ultimate goal. I want speed. If we can take care of this errand quickly, I see no reason why we should not attempt to find answers.
Handing over breakfast to Lawrence, Fosher is just gonna look him in the eye. I have a question for you, Lawrence. If we decide not to assist, if we decide to continue on with what we have already planned, will you be distracted, wondering about questions unanswered, about this path not taken?
I'm afraid I will. Something is drawing me in, and I think I have to see this through.
Fine. We cannot afford distraction.
Marching into unknown and untold danger does seem like a foolish thing for real people, not in stories, to do, but answers pertaining to you, Lorenz, do seem relevant to, well, all of us at this point. So I am on board.
Let's draw a new constellation.
Chain is going to interject and look at Lior and go, I don't know, Lior, does your babysitter say that you can go kill a beholder?
She would snap out of her little disassociative state and focus on the present and look back at Chain and say, I'm sorry if I ever made you feel less than for the clothes. And then just stand up and walk over next to Lorenz and say, I'm with you.
Thank you.
Are you going to talk to our guest, Lorenz?
I think it's best if our guest actually talks to us. And Lorenz is going to turn back and motion for Lucas to join them.
Like a spring, he uncoils and stands and stalks over. Right? Have you come to a decision?
Is your next plan better than your previous?
Yes, in fact, beholders are quite paranoid, for they themselves are notoriously weak. It is their minions that pose a challenge. They are quite good at planning. My own revelation in these stars is of a singular vision of an underground channel, a pathway leading to the lair. If you care to join me, I would like you to aid me in storming as the assault on Elgis commences. I wish to take that passage. It is underneath the city's sewers, through the caves that the Terran used to live in. And I wish to end this nightmare.
Do you have means of compensation?
No. I ask of you your honor. I ask of you your understanding. And if you see the eyes of all these Seidel Goths around and the people it has killed, then I would hope that somewhere deep inside you would do something out of the goodness of your heart instead of money.
The only reason I ask.
He kind of claps Lorenz on the in the between his shoulder blades.
Lorenz here has me under contract. I'm with the Crossbloods. His contract right now is to have me escort him to Estelheim.
Well, just
Instead
fortunate
of
that Elgis is on the way.
Algis is on the way, but it is not a stop that was scheduled in the contract.
How would they know?
We are mercenaries. We get paid for the job that we do. If there is more fighting or more that is needed, then there is a cost associated with that.
Hmm.
Mayhaps your organization may be able to provide a bit of extra to compensate Lorenz for his payment on the contract that he will
You-
have to increase.
You will have to ask Gallows. He is in charge of the financial matters of the Hell Knight Order, which he supervises. Speaking of which, I should get back to him.
I would love nothing more than to see the sun again today.
Oh,
Likewise.
does the sun exist in this part of Tlani?
Fortunately, it does. We are not that far into it yet.
Oh, is there green?
Yes. Shall we be on our way?
And moving things, breathing things.
Don't get too excited now. You can see him turn tail and begin walking from the cavern.
as he turns to walk, Foshkra takes his hand off of Lawrence's back and kind of leans down a bit and tries to whisper. I was trying to get us some extra coin. Did I do good? I cannot tell. I am not good at negotiation. Unless I am shaking the coin from their pockets.
I'd prefer it if we didn't literally shake them.
It always works in the best.
Perhaps let's not test their patience with that. We'll figure something out.
And with that, Foshkra starts walking out of the cavern as well.
Unless someone stops him as walking out after this very interesting morning, Fenton will softly, but he will pull out his lute and play as he walks for the first time in a couple days.
And northward you spiral, this cave being navigated by Lucas quite easily. I was familiar with these types of territories. A few hours of travel through rubble, through some strewn rocks, you find yourself back in the cavern which you left, and the gradual slope upwards along this trail leads to authentic, warm light leaking through. Another few minutes pass, and you can see brightness. The cave is dark, and your eyes adjust after a few days spent underground. This sort of shining white light of midday noon outside in Turisas. Pardon me, not in Turisas, in Tlani. And you can see 4 figures standing in a row outside of this cave's entrance. Do let me know if I'm cutting out. I can see it being a bit shaky.
Just a little bit.
Let me see. Actually, I'm going to change one of the voice settings if that's any better. That's already on maximum input volume. We're going to just speak louder. All right. 2 of them you can see are tall, thin. You can see sort of dark black brown fur, pointed ears, held erect, straight, vertical. Both with a rigid sense of fashion, just standing there. Both carry spears and somewhat lean on them. The other 2 are seated, wearing golden bangles and white wrapped clothing garments. It's warm in the day, so they dress loosely, but all 4 are Anubians. As you approach, you can see the 4 of them stand to more rapt attention. One of them stands forward and begins barking out commands. Oh yes, short break. Let's take a 5-minute break. It's been 2 hours. We'll reconvene soon.
Daylight!
Rank 22. You've
Praise
made it
the
out of the
sun.
cave.
Salute the sun.
I brought so many
Alright.
mushrooms
Oh,
with
not
me.
praise the sun though. Fuck Kavara.
See you.
Blinded by the light.
Oh, I'm back inside. Haha. Okay, I'll be right
We're
back.
back.
I'm gonna get myself some water because that's the only thing I can digest.
Oh.
I am just delighted.
I'm back.
Hello.
Hello.
What a phenomenal session already.
Yeah.
Bro, Chain is very much in his feels.
It's so fun. Our roleplay skills are enhancing.
I had something else that I was gonna say instead to Lawrence in the aside after Lucas walked away, but I completely brain farted on it. I was gonna add is like I don't even remember I don't even know what half those words were. I just repeated them from what others said in contracts.
Oh my goodness, so much is happening.
So much. It's just a lore explosion, I believe Reed said the other day.
Or would this be a fell explosion?
It's something, all right.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. It's great. That cave was a lot.
A cave of lore.
Yes. Truly.
I love your nat 20 there, by the way, Foshkra. I think we would have been out of this cave 2 hours ago if not for that nat 20.
The dirty
threw a
20 on
wrench
the
in there.
wisdom save and then the nat 20 on the fucking survival check.
Not a very happy snake.
Oh no.
I thought it was gonna be a not very happy fell.
That's the story the dice tell.
I think that Fell was rather happy, but the snake was not.
Yes.
I only
one
say that because
thing,
sorry.
I felt you did cut out when you were saying whatever Aro said.
Oh,
The
yes,
little
it
rhyme,
was.
so I was-
Mother had another and ran off to have some. Father
Nope.
couldn't bother and wrapped his mouth around a gun. That's our hoe for you.
So you said mother had another and went off to have some fun. Father
Couldn't bother and wrapped his mouth around a gun.
Okay.
I am back.
No
Does that
kidding
mean-
sake.
This is the most dense campaign I have ever played in. The
Slash
only
affectionate.
one I have ever seen get close stopped at 5 sessions.
The addiction is real.
I'm going to have to start taking notes. I can't believe this.
I've broken the reed.
No, I must remain strong.
I have to
Fenton, teach me how to read your notes.
Yeah, I'll just make my journal collaborative and we can all throw our notes in there. It would
All
be
in
a
different handwriting.
It's
neat document.
65 pages already. It's
Oh my
Is that
Yeah.
including the stone slabs?
The stone slabs are letters, not notes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you didn't know what a cinnamon was.
Cinnamon.
I know what cinnamon is. It's a spice.
Leora is officially all grown up. Congratulations.
Yay!
She's a big girl now.
happy birthday.
Happy birthday, you get no snake.
Thanks.
Or would it be Hatch Day?
Well, not a bad.
bats don't lay eggs.
Yeah, bats
No.
don't
To my
lay
knowledge.
eggs. They're mammals.
I don't.
Well, and there's the platypus. So I mean, if they're gonna fly, they might as well lay eggs.
Happy drop from the
Platypi
nest.
are not mammals. They're their own thing. They're chimeras.
You're your
You're
own
an
thing.
abomination.
So,
I'm
Fenton,
quite dim.
if you had received 2 more bites from Lord Sinai, you might have had a new crush. And it would have been really
Aha.
awkward.
Yeah, that would have been
So,
Thanks, Lord Sinai, for stopping at 1.
So that means, so was that Yanti basically like a thrall at that point, or was it like a willing, like, this is just secondary, like, insurance that you won't, like, cross me?
It was an insurance that it won't cost me. Yeah, pretty much that.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that like once the 3 bites take place, it's kind of up to the individual vampire of like how much freedom they want to take or give.
Correct.
That makes sense.
Got lucky.
How many bites does it take to enthrall the Aarakocra?
Just
The
one.
world may never know.
Two.
It's easy to enthrall the
Three.
Aarakocra. You don't need to bite him at all.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Just
Just
sing
show.
a song.
Just give him a freaking a Nubian to latch onto.
Or give him any compliment at all.
I thought that was you.
Different
Yeah.
character.
Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about Reed. I'm talking about Ferb.
Good boy.
Thank you, Phil.
All right. Back to the session.
Back to being blinded by the light.
Good gift,
One-
by the way.
One of the 4 Anubians steps forward, one of the spear-wielding ones, and says, "Halt! You are traveling into the city of Vale, which has been taken by the Anubian Inquisition. If you wish to pass, I demand that you step into our zone of truth and answer questions individually."
I have heard of that spell before. I will. Yes.
You can see one of them mutters, and a golden glow appears. 30 feet covers
cut
the.
off.
I'm cutting off again. It covers the entirety of the cavern's entrance, through which, with your adjusting eyes, can now see a what appears to be a shanty town. Too many people in it in the distance, but nevertheless, it beckons you forward. As
Yes.
Reed, you're stepping in first.
Yes. Ask me something good.
Have you ever told a lie?
I have.
Well, first of all, are you resisting the zone of truth at all?
Oh, not at all.
Not at all. For what reason must you enter the Clany Basin?
We travel north.
Do you oppose the Nubian Inquisition?
Do you oppose my travel?
Answer the question.
No. I'll say, kind of growling.
You can see it tilt its head, the 4 stand and begin to form a circle around you. I would advise you to answer the question, no.
You have my answer already. No, I do not oppose.
Then you should have clarified. Be on your way.
Ah. You ask boring questions. Better ones.
We have a job to complete. Are you insisting that we grant upon you another question?
Try.
How do you believe the Clany Basin can be cured?
Reed is going to like immediately go wide-eyed. There is a hole in reality. A coffin.
And how do you know this?
Was there. I saw it. It blinded me.
You are interesting, Noel. I demanded that you speak to our head inquisitor. You will follow me after the group is done.
I meet everyone.
Alright. The rest of you are going to be ushered in. And those are the 3 questions you are asked. If any of you, let me know if any of you attempt to resist the zone of truth, or answer anything beyond heading northward or heading to Estelheim somewhere for the question of for what reason must you enter the Tlani Basin, and the third, do you oppose the Nubian Inquisition? If any of you do oppose, do let me know.
Yeah, combat!
Just to get Lorenz out of the way, his answers are pretty standard. He does not resist. He does not really oppose the Nubian Inquisition or in any sort of way.
Alright.
Same for Fenton.
And
Foshra will
group-
try to
yep.
resist just out of instinct. No, he doesn't know what the heck's happening. He just knows that there's something not right.
raise his voice. Ignin, please. This is an unharmful spell. It ensures that you are telling the truth. If you are honest, you have nothing to fear. Fenton goes to go through without being asked.
Oh,
Oh,
Fenton's not asked anything.
Chain,
Nubians have opinions on Aarakocra.
Chain, you gotta stab them all.
Racist.
I pause for a second as if ready to answer the questions and see them just kind of usher me forward, and I'll nod and walk forward.
And you, Kenku? Do you oppose the Nubian Inquisition?
When Chain gives his answers, he purposely uses Fenton's voice. But he does not. He does not oppose the Nubian Inquisition. No.
Go and don't linger in this town. Right. One by one, you're ushered through.
What about Lucas?
Lukas answers the questions. They go and roll an insight check, actually.
Yeah, because I'm so good at that.
Mm-hmm.
Look, your rolls have been great.
No,
Well,
they're not.
Man, it's not
But
fun
there's
there.
a little bit of tension between them. Lukas answers a little bit loudly, or more loudly than you expect, as if he's kind of annoyed and has done this before.
oh, I'm gonna love the dynamics between the Hell Knights and the Inquisition. It's time for some family feud.
All right. The Anubian who is speaking to you separates from the guard. You can see him mutter something to the others and bark in a strange language. You know, the Anubians do have their language. And will motion forward towards you, Reed. You know. And are you part of your group?
They are with me, I am with them. We are a circle.
I see. Then you will come to Inquisitor Arakmaha, and we will talk.
One moment I will have first.
You may.
I'm gonna searching through my memories, kind of drop down to my knees and feel the grass and pull some clumps up of it. I want to know if any of what I'm seeing, smelling, feeling is familiar to me before the wailing.
Roll me a wisdom check.
15?
You know the sound of bleating sheep when it is being eaten alive by wolves, and the grass is screaming something similar. You know this to be the very border to where the curse is spreading. The Anubians and their clerics are keeping it just in tow. It is a standstill. The grass is alive because of the Anubians. Not because the Anubians are healing the grass, but because the Anubians are chanting away the curse.
It's been so long since I have wandered on this grass. I am finished. Move.
Those of you who look backward can note that the side of this cave, there has been fashioned a graveyard in which there are many bodies of those who failed to answer the Anubians correctly.
Oh, they went to the trouble of burying them.
Yes, Anubians have their principles. The city in which you see it used to be a shanty town. It's not very large, perhaps 2,000 inhabitants at most, but now almost 4,000, practically doubled. You can see that there have been there are many woods nearby, and many shacks have been put up as if they were overnight. You can see in one corner in the sort of downhill slope the insignias of Hell Knights on more structured tents. I'll pull you to the city map.
Oh, we get a map.
You do indeed.
Every time I visit a city, something very exciting happens.
So far.
You are heading from the northward side. The city is split into 4 distinct parts. The Settlers' Row, those of you who... Fenton, you would know this. It's quite close to New Kylax. Vale was originally a smuggler's outpost, basically a shanty town that eventually got large enough due to its proximity to the Tlani Basin for pirates and smugglers to pass through. Settlers' Row was where the first buildings were made. The Daggerlight Docks are where the more industrial and more wealthy locations are. It's where all the taverns and visitors stay. And the Watchdog Ward is where the residents typically stay, and that is a rowdy part of town. It is not a good place to be. It seems the Nubians have taken over in the leftmost side and constructed a large, walled, palisaded castle. Very reminiscent of the architecture found in the Shimmering Sands that the Nubians are fond of. On your way, you can see that the surrounding territory and...
You cut out?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Surrounding territory?
The surrounding territory is all a
Cut
veil.
off again.
I believe it's certain sounds.
It's certain sounds. My accent, my voice may not pick up. I don't know. Let me see. Let's turn off noise suppression.
Just keep going in Koss's voice. That'll work.
Did I not? How did I not cut out at Koss's voice? But when I normally speak,
Didn't
All
cut
right.
out for hours.
Your normal voice is not registering as an actual voice to the robot
I think.
overlords.
But yes, farmland surrounds Vale, and you can see that it is being tended to. There's a lot of hustle and bustle, it's summer's ending, it's almost autumn, it's harvest time. And there are a mixture of Vulpinals, Minotaurs, other races, as well as Anubians helping out in the fields. There is a pervasive sort of urgency of hard work being done. You don't see many people resting. As you get closer, you can see two distinct tents being popped up at the outside of the settlers' row. These sort of black pitched encampments of Hell Knights next to the white and gold trim of the sacrosanct exorcists. Two individual groups that have probably about maybe 50, 100 people there, just about. You can see there are many, many people sharpening weapons, polishing armor, chatting, conversing. There are straw men up where people are practicing, sparring. The Anubian takes you around all of it, and not quite into the city, but into a pathway leading to the bastion. The sort of 5 walls arranged in a rough star-like shape. 2 double doors swing open after some communication. There are a lot of Anubians here. An alarming amount, a surprising amount. Many of them seem to be sprawled out on grass. Others are training. Others are praying, meditating. But most remain silent, not paying you much attention. The double doors swing open and the Anubian stands to the side and just... There is a small courtyard in which you can see a brawny Anubian woman, very tall, about 6.5 feet, scattered with all kinds of scars across her body. You can see her wearing white-ish robes in gold trim, a clerical attire, but fitted in a way that does not restrict movement at all. And you can see by the sheer power in the way she moves, the spring in her step, and the lack of weapons she carries, that she considers her body to be a weapon. And is not afraid to use it. But she seems to be barking commands around a table outside where a piece of parchment is unrolled, and you can see 2 other people, both with their palms on it, just conversing in low voices in the sort of hot afternoon. You can see Gallows, as well as a short Aarakocra with a sort of steel bow at his back. The insignia of the Sacrosancts is emblazoned on the chestplate he wears. But the Nubini who introduced you speaks briefly to the who appears to be the commanding Nubian in charge, and see her turn golden eyes towards you. I do apologize since my time is brief. Busy moment, but apparently I have heard an answer that might interest me. The Noel was the one in charge and who said the curious things about Teorisas, yes?
Yes.
Step forward.
I'll step forward. I don't have enough teacups for all company present.
I am not interested in tea, I am interested in answers. She mutters a spell. Another zone of truth washes over the area. Do you resist?
Of course not. This is my favorite spell.
Yes. Alright, Noel.
Ah,
You will tell me everything pertinent and everything that might interest me or my group as it pertains to Tirisaz and its dismantling.
the city that should never have been. They kept me there for so long. The tower of magic in it, of blood and bones.
The Hemalurgy Tower, yes, not the Necromancy Ward.
Yes, it. There was a coffin over it. Mourning clothes a snake.
Can you describe her?
Difficult. Eyes do not like to stay on snakes too long. Unhealthy for the throat. But there was a power about them. Arcane.
You can see many Venubians around turn their neck and spit on the ground behind them. Clearly riled some of them up.
So, that answer was not new to you. What do you want to know?
Did you see inside this coffin?
I opened my eyes to magic and was blinded. I saw a hole past this realm. It was so hungry.
The puncture in which an infection has spread, yes. My spells do not fail me, so I would otherwise consider it preposterous to have made it out of there alive. What is curious to me is that it was in the Tower of Hemalurgy, the woman you describe as a necromancer. Interesting.
Emotions do strange things to snakes.
Say that again?
Emotions do strange things to snakes.
Did you witness emotions on her?
I witnessed these words. One will take any actions to restore what should have been. This hole in our plane, it's eating. It's feeding. What grows from it?
So you share our concerns. You are a wise knoll. Have you considered joining the Inquisition?
I'll lower the bandages around my neck to reveal where my throat's been torn out. I am a half thing, a thing of change. I do not know what I will be in a day, a month, a year. Mine is a journey, not to be setting destinations.
You can see that there are about a half dozen Anubians around you who, when you reveal the lack of a neck you have, immediately draw their weapons. You can hear the clang of metal against metal, muttering of prayers as golden light appears on certain blades. But that all fades when the main Inquisitor raises her hand and suggests to halt. You can see her approach, kind of bend down to eye level. Who are you?
I am Reed, Analyst Charbrine.
Charbrine. Continue.
The city, Tura says, took my Talani, my life. And the last bits of Talani that were left in it are in me now. Isn't that beautiful?
I consider it beautiful in the same way that I consider it a shame that the beauty of Tlani is being lost to rot. So
Yes.
I agree with you.
Burn that city. It deserves no mercy.
I like you. You are a Charbrine. You can cook, yes?
You
I would
know?
consider it an honor if you were to provide something for my Inquisitors. We have a long march tomorrow.
Reed's fucking flabbergasted. Where have you heard that name? It's been so long.
The wise Inquisitor collects the stories of the lands, and the gnolls in Turisaz speak of your kind. Look, I know, to be honest, I know that the living part of you has not strayed from its, how do I put it, rightful way. Those afflicted with the undead curse prolong their life by doing what is meaningful to them, keeping who they are in mind. And for you, Charbrine, that is to do what you do best. I will see that you and your friends are placed in acceptable lodgings. I will be returning to you tomorrow.
Yes.
Is that all? If you think of anything more, you know where to find me. I will be here. She stands to her full height, glances towards the group with piercing yellow eyes, very much the eyes of an Inquisitor who is judging before looking, and turns around and walks away.
I assume Gallows is there at the table, you said?
Gallows is there, indeed.
Like to at least lock eyes with him to see if there's some sort of affirmation.
They shine back in yours. You can see him glance towards Lucas and give a quick nod.
Reed kind of stumbles around a little bit. And then I want to just, whatever the closest way to get outside is.
Do any of you, beyond Reed, wish to interact with any of present?
Nope, chain's good.
We got all the leaders of the war right here.
Mm.
This side of Tlani. You know, by experience, Reed, that Nubians on the east side of Tlani are much more cruel.
Mm.
They've been through a lot more.
Yeah, I think proximity to Terzaz itself and the way the rivers run kind of has to do with that.
Hmm. All right.
I will just say to Gallows, just make eye contact with him, and Gallows, I assume we can speak later.
I believe your Knoll friend was inviting me out for a conversation. You are welcome to join us.
Very well.
And
Go
actually,
ahead.
Lorenz is going to join Fenton.
Sure. All right.
As soon as I am outside, I start stomping and tearing out grass and growling. Ah! I should have been taller. I should have spoken louder.
To whom?
That a Nubian cannot let them hold themselves over my head.
How would have you gotten taller?
Doesn't matter.
I guess not.
I want to look around for someplace on this bastion where I can.
Oh, they kick you out of the bastion.
Oh, thank goodness.
All of you are ushered out by Nubians and sent out. Where are you headed? There is a strange feeling around this city, like it's been kind of gutted and leaned out. There are not so much closed down shops, but shops that have had their signs defaced and converted to lodgings for soldiers. There are armories that have expanded, smiths hard at work. And there is some commotion coming from this.
You cut out.
There is some commotion emerging from the center of town. There is very little in the way of amenities. Every single inn except for one you can see has been sort of stripped and conglomerated to the Anubian war machine. You can see that there are everything has been turned and converted into being something fair. The farms around are being stripped of their last crops for a march against Algiz, the soldiers here are preparing for a march.
Wherever the group ends up heading, while they're walking, Chain is just going to like be letting out like occasional tweets, whistles, trills,
Mhm.
just seemingly making like random noise, but is really just trying to like doesn't really expect any responses here, considering the Nubians like response to him on the way in.
Mhm.
But he's checking anyways, just to see if there's any signs of the order here.
Sure thing.
Don't worry about him. He's stimming.
All right. The Anubian, I can write out her name if you like, but
That'd be great because writing head inquisitor is getting old.
Hmm.
Oh, that's actually not any better.
rack my head.
Love it.
The um, the Inquisitor said that she'd make arrangements for Reed to have ingredients to cook with in the singular tavern that's been opened up. It's somewhere in the Settlers Row. Yep.
Kitchen. I understand uncertainty now. I'll fight my own instinct and go where the fuck I'm told.
All right. What is the group doing? You are in this town. It is 5 in the afternoon. You've been given arrangements should you choose to stay the night. Reed has been not quite coerced, but convinced into helping out in the Anubian war machine by cooking a meal for them.
Did Gallows desire to go anywhere specific?
Yes, Gallows will make his way, but that would be in the evening.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I zoned out for a minute in there, apparently.
Did anyone say when this march to war is happening?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. They said it several times.
I'm
Nor
so
was it
glad.
numbered.
I'm so glad Fenton's teaching me how to read his notes.
Chain, you don't notice any sounds return to you, but in your wanderings you do hear growing discontent emerging from the center of this city. Just loud, raucous sounds, people running this way and that.
If all we're doing is just kind of like meandering around looking for something, Chain is just gonna kind of like wordlessly start steering off towards the ruckus.
Where are the rest of you heading? You have about 2-3 hours to kill before evening comes and Gallows will have his tea.
If there's commotion in the square, I suppose I would
Mhm.
be drawn that way.
Lawrence just doesn't want to be alone, so he's just gonna go wherever.
All right.
Wherever the group goes.
Birds and the fox on an adventure.
Yes.
Leora?
Yeah, I'll stay with the group and go to the square.
Okay. Oh, then that answers my
So-
my destination as well.
So everyone, including Chain that has the shard, is going to the square. And
If Reed is going to the kitchen right now, I think I would be curious about that. If I can get company as well, I would like to go that way.
Sure thing. The source of this discontent is very obvious. You can see that sort of on the central pedestal where there's a fountain been stripped of its water for Nubians to drink. There are a few individuals engaged in an argument. Let me see. You can see a young female dressed in
cut
sort of
out.
farmer's attire. Her argument, not quite brawl.
A young female what?
Volpanel,
Okay.
dressed in farmer's attire, strong, bright, angry, livid, almost sort of throwing fists with a gaunt, tall, well, not gaunt, but well sort of dressed Hell Knight, a male minotaur, almost 7 feet in height, who's growling softly. There is a male Leonin dressed in white and gold armor. Additionally, they're all barking in conversation. You can hear the female, the townsfolk say something like, "You've taken us of our lives. The undead would be better. You came in here, killed off anybody who resisted, and what? We get this? We get to be given spears and sent against beholders. You're monsters. You're tyrants. The only thing you kept open is a brothel, for God's sake." You can see the Hell Knight. Oh, there's an Anubian there as well. 4 individuals, just not quite fighting, but almost there. There's the Hell Knight interjects and says, "You'd all be dead if we didn't step in." The Inquisitor says, "Yes, but the Hell Knight's ideal of justice is killing indiscriminately. This is outrage. This is nonsense." And the Nubian simply stands there quietly. You can see that tensions are coming to froth. Are any of you doing anything? Any of you watching?
Shane is watching everything, but he has no dreams of or visions of interjecting at all. He just has his hood up and he's hiding in the crowd watching.
Lorenz, he's like he takes a step forward, but he has his like hand really tight in a fist, realizing that he has no idea what he would say if he tried to get involved. So he's stuck in this wanting to do something, but not having the words to really say anything.
There's another shout, and you can see the female townsfolk take from her side what appears to be the broken off hilt of some farm equipment, a splintery piece of wood, and slam it on the side of this Hell Knight's snout. You can see him barely flinch as a result, grab what appears to be a glaive from his back and slam down. The Inquisitor catches it to prevent him from striking this townsfolk down. There is the sudden eruption of violence, and then there is silence. A shimmering, prismatic, blue sphere of force appears around all 4 of them. It immediately stops them. There's a murmur of something that goes on throughout the crowd, and all 4 of them stop their little squabble, begin sort of questioning, pounding against this wall of force, and a bronze dragonborn strides from the crowd. You can see he's dressed in elegant red gold attire, young, mid-30s. You recognize him, Foshkra, as a dragonborn you have met. And with a wand pressed, you can hear his voice echo throughout this square, loud and booming, very eloquent, well spoken. Ladies and gentlemen of this jury, you've all seemed convinced to convict each other and sentence each other to some untimely death. This is madness. I hope you realize it. None of us wished to be in this situation. The individuals of Vale wished freedom before it was taken away not by the Anubians, but by an encroach of undead who would have otherwise laid this town to ruin. Without the ordinance of the Hell Knights and their strict doctrines, there would have been chaos, there would have been crime, the nature of Vale would have collapsed in on itself, and discipline, or the lack of it, would be this town's ruin. But do not forget the compassion of the sacrosancts, who are beyond anything else healers. In the city of Obidus, when I was there as a traveling bard, a wanderer, a scholar, a vagrant, some noble, some pretentious dragonborn, wandering throughout the streets, I would get yelled at, I would get slandered for my words. But the thing that kept me going was knowing that above all else we held the same principles in mind, this city of freedom, this unified disorganization. We are on the eve of striking down a great evil that has been populating this surrounding territory for who knows how long. Have you checked yourselves for eyes? Have you kissed your children on the forehead and wondered whether beneath their clothes some myopic organ stares back at you? The only evil here is this beholder, not each other. So for God's sake, get over yourself, stop arguing. It will be over soon. Have peace, be calm. Thank you. As he's muttering, there is the sort of casting of something like sand that emerges from his hat, rapidly turns into multicolored sparkles that form illusory images up in a sky-written ceiling. The clouds themselves seem to swirl and part away as illusory images and these pictures, a veritable movie of magic displaying the things he's talking about, the opulent streets of Obidus, a tomato being thrown at his back and ruining his coat. There's a blend of humor and intricate storytelling weaving quite literally through the air, and a good amount of calming magic. The wall of force fades, and Kuel bows, and although there are many disgruntled individuals in the central square, they seem to get about their day.
Encore! Encore!
Without saying anything to the rest of the group, as soon as the crowd seems to have calmed down and the magic dissipates, Foshkra just approaches Kuel.
Ah, my noble Ignan friend. Where is
Kuel.
your bird? He has missed his exam.
My bud.
Sorry, do
He
you mean
He's cocking his head, confused.
Fenton Tenebo, a bright young scholar, Squirrels have bushy tails, but he has an elegant little mohawk thing on his neck as a secretary, Arakakra. Do you recognize him?
Yes,
Yeah.
he is your student. We have
He is
traveled,
indeed.
but how do you know that I travel with Fenton?
I know, my
Last
thing.
we spoke was in the Suns.
He smiles. You know, the people, the individuals in Obidus that are part of my organization, we do talk. We knew that you were inquiring about your relatives in the sands. I ensured that we got word from them, you know?
I have had my
Indeed.
brother returns letter. He sends interesting news. But yes,
The
Fenton is here.
tidings of the shimmering sands are always. Yes, well, do you know where he went?
He went with our Nor companion to
Ah,
cook.
Yes, I believe
must be in the tavern.
Yes.
Well,
This
if you.
is
Go ahead.
Lorenz, who has been trying to talk to us since I walked up to you.
Nice to meet you, Lorenz. He extends a hand.
Lorenz gently shakes the hand.
He elegantly shakes it.
Ooh.
Right.
And then the others, there's Jing, the Kinko, and Leora. Another, who knows my name?
Well, I would be very keen to learn who has. They must be a relatively decent person to speak with. If you would be able to direct me to where the two of them are, I would be much appreciative. Him and I have quite a bit to discuss. Me, a bit to apologize for, frankly. It isn't a conversation that I wish to have, but, well, I have to advise him after all. How is he doing?
I am not one to judge Fenton for more than what I know of him. He has a way of talking too much sometimes.
Oh, yes. I am very well aware. There's quite a mouth on him. It is endearing at times, but the lesson that I always try to drill into him sometimes, you should focus more on what he's saying than how much.
I believe I have attempted to enforce that lesson. Though I believe my enforcement was a bit more by force.
Yes,
You
it
can see
was a
him
lot more
laugh out
heavy-handed.
loud. Ah, yes, that is what does to people. He's a great man. Very bright, but
He is
he'll make a good
brave,
keeper.
to say the least.
Brave. Oh, good.
He stepped into
He
a
has to be.
circle with an Ignan.
Oh, he did. I see what you mean by some of your little opinions. Well, I'm sure that he partook in it with honesty and a little too much eagerness, considering you are a fighter and he is a singer.
He followed the rules.
I'm sure he did.
But come, you see, you must speak to him.
Of course.
But I wish to say hello. It has been many years since our
Indeed.
talk in the Suns.
Then we shall be on our way. You can see him turn tail and briskly begin to walk in the direction of the tavern that Reed and Fenton are staying at. It's the only one that has been opened. All have been consolidated into barracks for Nubian soldiers. The tavern is called Harcourt's Shack, a large two-story building selling only the cheapest of liquors. Any expense or price has been shuffled away into purchasing weapons and other sorts of commodities necessary to stage an assault. Fenton and Reed, when you burst in, it is packed. Not all Anubians, but most. The proprietor, Harcourt, you can see male, red scales, dragonborn, kind of portly, wearing overalls, looking very sort of blustered and flustered with keeping up with all of the orders. There's a waves you enter. You must be that Noel.
The
I was
kitchen.
told that you're supposed to occupy the kitchen, and if you could get a move on, I'd much appreciate it, please.
You will receive what I cook. You won't tell. I tell.
Oh, please, I don't have any more orders to give. Please, I'm at my wit's end.
Good.
I'm desperate here.
A kitchen. Can you believe this bird? A kitchen. They know the Charbrain name. Put me in a kitchen.
Would
I've
you
kicked the
prefer to
door
cook
open.
Elsewhere? Oh. Well,
Splinters a bit.
I survey my battlefield.
There are all sorts of enemies for you to confront. Cleanly kept knives,
No.
brilliant and sharp. The Anubians have done a meticulously, painstakingly excellent job at keeping it excellently organized. The counters have been wiped. The tiles, they've been washed.
No. I need weapons. Where are my ingredients?
The pantry is relatively well stocked. There are all number of grains, fruits and vegetables for storage. It is the prime of summer crop. At your arsenal are a number of different gourds, pumpkins. This part of the Tiny Basin is now renowned for beets and for their sort of earthy tubers that are often made into a nice stews with some meaty base.
You, bird. All the
Yes.
stoves, logs, fires. Go. Potatoes.
oh, potatoes.
I said logs!
Yes, logs.
I'm
try
gonna
to find
start.
some logs.
I'm not even really thinking exactly about specific recipes. I'm just losing myself in the acts like a ritual.
Completely landing yourself over to the Charbrine family tradition. Inside a kitchen, which was perhaps intentional by the Nubians' part.
I will get them back for this.
You will get them back for this.
Now I now have a person to I mean to okay. Should I do a cooking check?
Yes, go ahead. First, give me a wisdom saving throw.
16.
You're able to maintain control of yourself, just barely riding the line between absolute manic insanity with the way you cook and completely losing it. But you're able to control yourself. Go ahead and give me, I'd say, survival check.
Survival check. 21.
What is it that you create?
So, it's getting closer to winter. How far away are Vel and Algiz?
They are each? I'll pull up the map since I will have to check myself. They're both about a full day's worth of travel.
Okay.
No, pardon me, yeah. A little bit more since you have to cross the river, but yes.
All right. I am doing two things. There's going to be part of it's going to be carb heavy, making use of the tubers and whatnot to make food that will warm throughout the night and get people to sleep. The other part, meat, and whatever green things I can get my fingers on. That will make sure people have strength for tomorrow.
Mm.
There's no. I'm not making 50 portions of the same meal. I am making 50 different whatever I feel like it's.
I see.
You
Incredible.
spend enough time in the kitchen and you kind of know instinctively what works. You stop having to measure things.
Mm.
And Fenton, unless you want to pull away in abject horror, you are probably going to be aiding me.
Yeah, no, Fenton will definitely try his best to figure out what this process is, and
do
be
not
where you need him to be.
approach-
There is no process to it. It is
Yes,
complete
but I try to find
madness.
it.
Do not approach Reed from behind, or you will be swung at.
There is violence in the way Reed attacks this task. It is very similar to an old, just absolutely savaging some corpse. Reed is fanatic. Reed is energetic, frenetic. I'm assuming you're just barking commands to him whenever you want, changing halfway through,
Yes.
and then making him go back to whatever he was doing.
Yeah, I like that.
Whenever the
It's like
tangent
yelling, why
comes
hasn't
to
this been
fruition.
done yet? After I tell him to do the other thing.
It is a stressful experience, Fenton.
Fenton gets a point of exhaustion.
But-
At probably around the halfway point between chopping up bits of potato and tossing them into boil and tossing like a handful of salt into the pot, I'm going to take like the first plates. Kick the door out the other way. Yell, food! And toss the plates onto the countertop. And then I go back in.
It's good food. 21. Very well made, considering the absolute pandemonium happening inside. The rest of you, plus Kuel, find your way inside this inn eventually, and can.
I want
Sorry?
to say Foshker reaches the door first, like throws it open and just yells into the tavern, "Fenton!"
Fenton, how are you doing right now?
Fenton, as you implied, is kind of stressed and overwhelmed, but also fully aware that I can just leave and Reed will keep going. I think as soon as like every little half of a second that I'm caught up, if such a thing exists, I kind of pause and smile just a little bit to be part of something so whimsical, and I'm still hanging in there.
Fenton Tenebo.
Jump scared to hear this voice while I am in the middle of whatever I'm cutting at the moment.
I never knew you'd be a chef.
Cool. Hello.
You can see him stride forward and, offer up a hug. It's been a while.
Hey,
You've been through much, yeah?
is this happening in the kitchen?
Fenton, are you leaving the kitchen now?
Not at the moment Kuel comes in here.
As soon as you're distracted, I am pushing you out. Get out!
Oh yeah, okay. Immediately before that, if Quail tries to pull me in a hug, I think Fenton will not immediately hug back, kind of taken aback by this surprise visit, and then shepherded out the kitchen.
You've been making strange friends, he says after you're both summarily kicked out. Come, let's find a table, sit down, have some conversation.
That would be the knoll I mentioned.
I can see that. Very energetic. Very passionate, as they tend to be.
He's definitely something.
Right.
I'll sit at a table.
Sits on the opposite side of you, just as for Fashka. Right. Year of erudition done. You're out in the real world. How have you been finding it?
Well,
Aye.
in the past 24 hours, I have finally began to start gathering a few answers, perhaps, and now is when you show up.
Well, I would consider it a coincidence, but you know better than that.
And apparently you know better than everything. Well, I am. I need to know how you knew about the shots. Why you put me in the twin blades rather than staying there yourself? What exactly you suspect is going to happen next? It's good to well, it's good to see you. Genuinely, it is. It is, and I've just kind of been pissed off at you.
You see him lean back, kind of tilt ahead. I can't blame you. If it is worth anything to you, I do. For how it was handled. There is much I want to tell you, but it would pain me to do so. If you want the honest answer as to why I knew, well, when I had my own year of erudition, and when I was promoted to the rank I am, and ventured beneath the Sal Canis, certain things were revealed to me. What I saw was both the reason and consequence for my elevation in the Keeper's ranks. I would like to say that all of them revolved around me, but they did not. They involved you.
What you saw in the Great Mysteries.
It would be enough to make any normal man mad, but I am not a normal man, Fenton. You come across the strange confluence of an individual who is both so very bright and some would consider it fate, others would call it the wrong place at the wrong time. But the powers that be determined you to be something special.
I scarcely believe there is any role that you could not have performed better.
What have you come to learn in your cities? And I don't mean individual facts that you can tell me, fables you can spin. I mean, answer the questions you have said to me. What comes next? What do you believe the future holds?
don't know. Well, it seems to me that the stained glass lands are on the verge of falling apart. Yes,
There are cracks in this pane of glass. Have you seen them?
yeah, I would wager we're standing on one now.
Have you? Glass does not break slowly, it breaks rapidly. When one piece falls, all tend to follow. What do you believe is exerting pressure on little pane of glass? Who wants to see it shattered?
Travasi?
You know that name. I'm proud of you for discovering that. Look, Fenton. You come from Arbutus. You have seen only New Kylax and the Sands. Two sides of the same coin. Two areas of where it is pleasant in a world where it is not. You have gone through much difficulty in these recent days. You can see him kind of lean forward, the red gold robe clinging to him. He crosses both elbows. There's a secret, a mystery that many have tried to forget in these stained glass lands. The Vulpanols call it a prophecy. The individuals of the Null shamans in the lands of Tlani consider it simply the way it is. The red cloaks of the Shimmering Sands consider it a long-lost fate. I know that you will play a part. That is why I took you as an apprentice. Nobody else in the Keepers wanted to assume that risk, so I suppose it was my responsibility.
Wait, this was discussed? My role, not just seen by you, but other keepers as well.
When one looks through a kaleidoscope, they see scintillating, glimmering fragments, not the whole picture. We have, in the Keepers, discovered that the great mysteries are all revealing to us a singular thread in some larger tapestry. There is much skullduggery that goes on behind the white walls of the Sal Kenis. We Keepers do not agree on much, but we agree that there is something unique about you and your group. Not just you, but the individuals you have found yourselves. Look to the skies, Fenton. You see the stars, yes?
Yes,
Where do
when
they
they are out.
Where do they go when Kvara's sun crosses? Are we
I
to
don't-
believe that Kvara is simply that radiant, he blots out the others by comparison?
Is there a known answer? Perhaps a
That one is a
record of it?
metaphor.
Hmm.
If you see something so glaringly obvious, question what it is hiding.
Ah,
On matters of UNT, you are a bard. They do not like them. They do not like us. Be careful.
of course.
You're doing well. Do not doubt yourself like that. Has it been that bad?
Yes and no. It's it's been exciting, I suppose. There is much that I have learned. I trust you with what is in my journal. But to suddenly have life and limb at risk on a daily basis, even in New Kylax, I was not aware of such dangers.
You are the one that chose the life of a keeper. Secrets are difficult to unravel and often prickly.
Here is something that bothers me, Kuel. What
Ask away.
what are we to do with knowledge that cannot be shared? To what ends do we pursue things that cannot be kept in the cell, Kennis?
Are you implying you've come across information that would be unwise to catalogue?
Yes, yeah, a fair amount of it, if I'm being honest.
Next time you look to the stars and you see the millions and millions of stars about, if you single out a singular spot from the nebulous mists, would you be able to discern the life of the individual it was? The soul, the thoughts, the smiles they had in their childhood, aches and pains of growth, the connections it made, the words it said upon the bridal altar, the deathbed woes it had for a life that now exists only in memory. The people that perish pass along those memories, losing it until they are simply gone. Such is the same with facts and secrets. It is our responsibility to keep them alive. Not in the sky where nobody can see them, but on paper where they persist. Information is to be shared, Fenton. Opinion. You are a keeper. You collect. What's to do with them is the question you should be asking. That is a matter tempered by wisdom. You are becoming very wise very quickly, but that is a consequence of who you are. Do not let your bright hope die out. You were so eager, so enthusiastic when you left the cell, Kenneth. Momentary challenges should not absolve you from who you were. Just like you preserve your facts and your stories, you are an important individual to yourself. Don't let that dying hope fade, Fenton. Remember who you are.
I will do my best to. Yes. You suggest that there is still a great more to come. That is a question I had for you from my first evening in the Twin Blades. This My role seems, now that you've laid it out, to be outside of that of a keeper's. Well, we are writing stories here. This is not history I am gathering. This is history I am living. I don't know how to do so comfortably.
You have a notebook, don't you?
Several,
You write in it.
of course.
Then that is enough. You can't posit yourself to be above all of it. Keepers should be humble with who they are. We all see through our own eyes. We all write with our own hands. An insider's perspective is as good as any, honestly. So long as you are writing authentically, writing and not trying to persuade others of something. That is the most any keeper can accomplish. Remember, Fenton, that you are an individual. It is separate from being a keeper. You are allowed to catalog yourself. Sometimes it can be revealing. So long as you don't go touting your own horn like Sir Bell does.
But you bumped into him, believe it or not.
Ah. He left Iliska recently in a hustle and bustle. The Bloody Baron, I'll have you know, ended up in a wine barrel somehow, so if you meet him, I'd like you to catalog exactly how he managed that.
I am greatly curious.
I'm sure it'll be a fun tale.
Probably not one he'll write about.
Bloody Baron,
Close to the
no, but Sir Bell, absolutely.
Of course.
Alright. Have I answered the questions you've had for now?
Until you walk away again and I think of more. Yes,
Well, then, think of it for next time we meet.
of course. Have you met these others already? The ones I travel with?
I've met Foshka, we're on good terms. I've not met the rest.
2 plates of food are going to slam onto the table.
Eat.
Oh. Thank
Wait.
you, no.
You will
I
tell
will do
me
so.
this is the best meal you've ever tasted.
I will say words.
Foshker immediately spices it for himself.
Spice.
And I'd like to think that I have kind of used up a lot of the kitchen to the state where someone else can go ahead and clean it and wind down on the mass production of food.
The tavern is happy. There are Anubians there chowing down. In an ordered line, picking up food, probably to your annoyance.
Oh, I am not giving out food in order.
They seem very confused by that.
Good.
But Quell is going to say, yes, Foster, how have you been? There's been some time. Have you collected more about the stories of your homeland?
Of my home, no. My time these last few years have been working.
And he reaches into his pack and he just like half-heartedly pulls out the just enough of the green cloak of the Crossbloods before tucking it away.
I've already said what I wish to say to my mentee. To you, I will simply hand something as a gift. You can see him rummage throughout the pack at his side, a small sort of parchment book with a silver embossing on it. He slides over to you. I had No need for it, since I've already read it. It is simply a collection of authentically sourced lizard folk tales. I know you know the ignorant ones, but consider it my collection. I've been asking other lizard folk around. I thought you might appreciate it.
Foshker opens the book. Is it written in common or is it written in primordial?
It is written in primordial.
Okay, so he can read it.
Yes.
That actually surprises him. As he looks at it, he kind of like pauses and looks up at Kuel and then eyes the book.
It's addressed to your brother, and you'll give it to him someday.
I was expecting you to write it in your own tongue.
I consider it practice.
It is written well from what I can see here.
Well, it
Once
is easier
again,
for a dragonborn to scratch and claws than it is for Noel or for a tabaxi. So I have that going for me.
once again, you surprise me, Kuel.
I'm known to do that.
You show a respect to my people I have not known. I have one new story
Feel free to speak.
that I do not truly know, but I have seen.
Very well.
The tunnel from Ileskar to here, built by Terran, had paintings, stories on the ceiling. I knew them, all but one. One that was hidden, but still made in the Terran way. It showed what I can only guess is a deity. But these tunnels are older than the deities coming before the shattering. Why would the Terran make a picture of a deity?
He gives a strange smile towards you, Falker. Glances towards Fenton. Dignan asks a good question. Fenton, what do you believe the answer to that is?
Fenton is going to open up his journal to the page where he attempted to draw this image of Muse that Vushka is referring to. Well, as far as I can surmise, the most likely answer is that this deity was here before the others. I am beginning to suspect she may not have been the only one as well.
And from that logical leap, what does that mean for the lizard folk?
I'll look back to Vushka.
It does not make sense. My people, my elders, I grew up on all the tales of my people. The only time the deities, any deities, have ever been spoken were the tales of the shattering. Never before. Before, there is tales of the elements and the lands belonging to the folk, and of the Volpano, who lived alongside, but could not truly travel the land as we did.
Much history seems to be lost during times of great war and turmoil.
Of great slaughter.
That as well. We are searching for answers, Vushka. That is part of our path, I believe.
But there is
Seems-
another thing, Fenton. If this is true, what you say true, that deities existed in the lands, that the Terran knew of them, and they were lost, then when the others, the ones who shattered the people, these deities were here before, then they abandoned it when it was invaded. And it is another reason to hate those who claim the title. For once again, it is only the Ignon who stood and fought to defend their home. So if they were here before, then where were they when? No, it does not make sense. It is not in the stories. But it is here. It is in that rock.
Everything makes sense. You simply have to catalog its story. If you're looking to research a story, Fenton, instead of being in one, consider it looking into the story of this one. And he points and taps a claw on your drawing of Muse.
Yes, I fully intend to. There's a great number of other details to research, but I can't help but feel they are all connected.
In some strange way, I am sure they are.
Tell me, Kuel, Foshgra, was your going to the sands, well, Foshgra's part of the sands, seen in the Great Mysteries as well?
No. I am not in my right to share what I saw.
Understood.
But it does lead back to Estelheim.
Seemingly everything does.
It is called the pinnacle of the world for a reason. What lies atop it?
An Oren shrine? I do not recall specifically.
An observatory,
Hmm.
so that the stars may be watched. But I'll leave you with that. Would you like the good news or the bad news first?
I'll take the bad news.
It might be a while until I see you again. The good news is you're passing so far.
Where
With
are you
flying
going
colors, I may add. Where am I going next? That is a question that has a difficult answer. I'm going where I was told. I have a feeling you'll understand by who soon enough.
Well, that is perfectly vague. But I will keep an eye and an ear out, of course.
If you have an aversion to the vague, then I do not envy what is coming for you. But in either case, seems
That's
Stan.
even worse, Kuel.
He seems to be enjoying that very much. Good luck. He stands, pats you on the shoulder, gives a nod to Foshka, a wave to the rest of you, and
I want
strides
to
out.
stand in and hug him properly before he
Yeah.
goes.
He'll return it.
As
Before
as
any of that,
Sorry.
my task is to make sure Taraji gets there safely.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Good. Be about it then.
Don't go telling Abinaba now. He
That was
gives you a wink.
Sylvester, by the way.
Yes. And he. Foshka, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say as he stands to leave, and Fenton says his farewells. I would like to talk, Kuel, but just the two of us. One who knows my name.
Very well. Come with me. And he motions towards a more private area of the tavern and slides into a booth.
Have you been to the sands in the last 5 years?
I have.
Have you
What? Just go ahead.
spoken to any of the Foshkra?
No, I've been busy elsewhere. I do apologize. I had completed my round of gathering ignorance by the time I finished with the city of stained glass.
Isn't it broken glass?
Broken glass, pardon me. Yes. Lots of glass in this setting.
I have had wood from my brother, but I have not heard anything about my people from the mouths outside. I am curious. Has the world said anything about my people? About the Ignons still sticking to tradition in the sands?
They are persistent. They have not gone anywhere. The nature of the sands is to be shifting, or so say my people, but I know the Ignan believe that they themselves persevere through their suffering and through the harsh nature of it. Only the weak change hands. The cities pass through different people frequently, but the Ignan always remain, and so they shall. And deep down, I believe that all of the trade lords know that. The Ignan are seen as, are growingly seen as sources of allies, I would say. They are more open to them rather than keeping them as outsiders, but the Ignan don't seem to be interested in changing their ways. That isn't to say they should. I do know that the only individual who has come to openly attempt to ally with them is the individual, the tabaxi, known as Rook of the Sky. She was formerly a gladiator under Rose, the trade lord of Bajigdara, but she broke free by earning her freedom through duels in pits of sand similar to your people. She wishes to overthrow the system of the trade lords. She wishes to end it. I don't know what she intends to do with it, but I know that she wants to, so long as the sky remains free, so the people be under it. So long as she is alive, she intends to free all the slaves in the sand. Maybe if you convince her that the Ignan are shackled, she will be willing to help free them as well.
That is something I have heard from my brother, and I have discussed a little bit with those I travel with. Fenton does not believe my people can trust this rook, especially since she was once the one who owned the city of broken glass, the one who barred all of my people from entering.
The city of broken glass. Let me pull up the Shimmering Sands document. Give me 1 second. I need to verify one thing.
Uh-oh. We're pulling the deep lore.
Quell
I mean,
can't
we've
get
been
us
doing
lore
that for
wrong.
4 hours now.
Quell can't.
Quell's got to look through the journals.
Alright.
It is, in case it is a question, I do remember the conversation between Kuel and Foshkra concerning that city.
Yes. There are some things that are difficult to change about the sands. I do believe that when Rig of the Sky took over and allowed Ignan in, there was a period of violence where the Ignan, perhaps it was a misunderstanding, perhaps they were trying to take revenge, but they burned several individuals on the street. They were angry. I do not blame them. But you must understand, Foshkra, that these people, orphans of the sands, it is where they were born, where they were raised. It may not be their home, but they live in sweltering shacks, and they see your people as those who will immolate them without a thought. There is no good answer to this, Kutsash, beyond the mending of centuries-long grievances and hatred towards one another.
We have tried that before, Guel. We took pity on the tabaxi who came to the Suns. They died. They starved. They did not know how to find water. They did not know how to live in the Suns. It was my people who showed them. And in repayment for them, they now thrive. They build walls. They claim the land and the water. And they forget. We tried. And all we got in the end was more death and more of our land taken.
What do you propose to be the solution, Kutsash? In your perfect world, what would you want?
Before you, Guel, and I will give you the credit of giving me a push to try and understand. the push that has allowed me to talk to your student and seek words other than immediately ripping his throat out for insult given. I would have burned the entirety of the land so that it would return to how it was, to give all the folk back the land that was stolen. Because through burning to fire comes ash. From ash is new life.
Can see Quell mutter a spell, and from the fireplace crackling in the tavern, ash pulls in some snake through the air, and he morphs an image, an illusion in the sky. It is of a desert mouse escaping a forest. You can see it frantically bouncing back and forth amidst burning reeds, sweat shining down its back, terror, panic in its eyes. Can you fault this mouse for fleeing a fire, Pashka?
No. And if it outruns the flames, then it has proven the strength to carry on, to survive. But as I said, that was my thoughts before your push. You showed respect to me, to my people. Respect I did not know could exist in any of the child races. That none of my people have seen or have told stories of.
And I have nothing but respect for them.
So now, I find myself thinking more about my people not truly having their own place anymore. We have the sanctuary. But what does that offer? We are mercenaries to be hired out upon among the suns. We raid caravans to claim what we can to survive that is not able to be gathered on the suns. Because we are barred from water. Because we are barred from the places that were traditionally ours. I wish now for my people to have a home that is theirs. A permanent home. The sands once more. And you are a friend, Goel. And so, as a friend, I will trust you. Do not speak of this until it is more common knowledge. When I left, they named me Torchbearer. I am sure you know the meaning of this once forgotten title of my people.
I do.
They wished to create the fire to burn the world. I wish to use it now as a torch only to claim the sands as home for the Ignon, for the folk to return to the land, return to purpose, to create a place where the others of the child races, even the Verpernal now, will see the Ignon, will see the folk as not a people to be forgotten, but as the traditional owners of the land that we once were, to respect that, to allow us our place and our home once more, so that perhaps I need not see my brother have to fight and die as a mercenary or as a raider. But to have a home that is ours. And with that knowledge, perhaps you, Kuel, can at least keep those that you trust and care for in the sands safe from a fire that may ravage the land, so that we may reclaim what was once ours.
I understand. Well, I cannot say I understand where you are coming from, since I cannot know what you have been through, Kritsash. But I do my best to. I have for you but one question. How many younger brothers of people just like you are you willing to immolate? You imagine your own brother burning at a pyre. You are willing to condemn that many people to death. The ash twists and forms another vision. It is of the city of Mirage, not the city of broken glass, but it is from the perspective of some tabaxi orphan, in which the city is being swept with red fire. The lizard folk within have horns of demons and leathery wings rather than what you see. This is not reality, but some child's vision as it is being burned alive by the anger of Ignans. I have collected many stories, Vashkra. Not all of them are Ignan. I do not ask for you to respond. I do not ask for you to justify yourself. I am simply asking you to forget the word ask you to. I simply presented. I ask of you nothing.
Coel can see that Foshkra is obviously, his face is like twisted up as he's thinking an uncomfortable thought, and eventually he punches down on the table before them. And what would you have my people do, Coel? You know how the rest of the races treat my people, how they push us and demand more. Yes, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers. Everyone dies. I have seen the death that could have been prevented
were it not for the greed of those who do not care. I just want to never have to worry about my brother, about my family that remains. There are not many left. How long will the oppression of the rest of the races last until the Ignon are no more? By simple fact of pretending we do not exist, that we do not matter, that we are less than the grains of sand of which they walk.
Not once, Foshkra, did I say you were wrong.
And you are not wrong either, Guel. I would
This
protect my brother and condemn the brothers of others.
And thus the people of the sands will continue viewing you the same way. My advice to you, Foshka, Torchbearer, form the torch, keep it. But to use it is to do the exact same thing the races are doing to your people today. It will not solve anything, only continue a centuries-long conflict. But if you form it, leverage it correctly, play your cards right, you will have a home for your people. Be the one to change it. Take revenge for you and your kind, not by falling into the same circle, but by having the wisdom to break free of it. Temper your anger with reason, and it will go much farther than anyone ever has. Utilize it wisely. Use it precisely.
I am not the person that can do this thing, Guel. I am no elder. I am no shaman of the folk. I am a fighter. I am a protector.
Then
do
the
not
onus
know
is on you to
others.
become one. And him raise his voice. You must grow. That is your responsibility. That is the best thing you can do for you and your people. Look at the world around you. See how it works. To look into the perspective of others, Foshkra, is not to listen to them necessarily, but to gather more information for yourself. These races understand. They fear your people. Use that. But do not fall into the same mistakes your people have for the past few centuries. That is why you are here. That is what you are here for. Do you understand me?
do not believe I understand fully. But I know that I need to be stronger than I am now. You gave me the push to learn, to see, to go beyond the sands. For there was things to learn, things to see, places to go that my people have not gone in many, many generations. I cannot promise I shall understand all of your words, Guel. I know I am not smart enough for that. I can promise to try as I have.
And I know the persistence of you and your people. Try and you will succeed. I believe in you.
Thank you, Guel, for showing respect.
Gives a nod. Best of luck to you, your traveling companions, and to your people. Perhaps we'll meet again. He gives a smile and stands. And turns to leave.
May the flames burn you a path of safe travel, Guel. As always.
He replies the same, but in the Ignan tongue. Not perfectly, but
And
understandable.
with that, Foshkra actually smiles. A frightening sight to most people who don't know what an Ignan smile looks
I
like.
was about to say terrifying.
And Quell leaves the tavern. And at that point, we're a little over, and I am EP. So we will
Oh, why would you be
call.
EP?
Oh, what the Phil, what the hell was all that?
What?
How do you
the hell was
outdo
even
yourself?
Sorry?
How do you outdo yourself?
Say that again?
I
He needs praises and threes.
I thought Castle Curious was going to be like the highlight for a while. No,
Just keeps getting better.
we
I do-
are going to have some grand mysteries to solve. Just how many fucking gods are buried in the gullet of some eater?
He was just hungry.
Yeah, and you know things that are hungry? They get hungry again and again and again.
Yes, and they grow.
How big is that skull dog now?
No, I forgot to pet the skull dog.
Onomatopoeia.
This will be a one-on thing. You, Leora. Your necklace says nothing. How are you inspecting your staff?
It would be laid across my lap, and my mind would go back to the shard and thinking about Muse, thinking about everything that Koss has told us and these newfound responsibilities that have suddenly landed in my lap. And I would just kind of inspect the stuff and think about how we got here, and I would look at the stone that is embedded at the base of the staff. And I would like to, just to cover my bases, attempt to attune to that stone.
With the sound similar to the stone of a peach being ripped from it, the orbiting, a sort of speckled purple stone pops free and begins to orbit around your head.
So,
Your charisma score increases by 2.
wowie. Amazing.
I fucking knew it.
You hear a faint voice in your mind. It is scared, frightful, female. Who is this?
Uh, who who is this? My name is
What?
Leora.
Leora? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
It's been so long. Who are you? Why? When? How?
Uh, I who who is this? Who am I speaking with?
My name is Eliana. I I I don't know what to say. I does House Quill exist?
House-
House Quill of Malefica.
Would I have any knowledge on what that
Roll a
is?
history check.
Okay. Mm. Oh, that's not great.
You do know House Quill, it is fairly ubiquitous. House Quill is the primarily Kenku House of Illusions in the Lyceum Draconis. It used to be of Malefica when it was a country, but after it split. Do you. Go ahead.
I don't think it's Malefica anymore. I think it split.
It split. Yes, I see. Does the Inari dynasty still stand?
It does.
Ah, I see. I'm sorry, I'm so very weak.
That's perfectly all right. You can rest if you need to. I don't mean to bother you. It's nice to meet you.
You as well. We will speak sometime soon in more detail, girl, but if you see a Kenku named Vildraven, run as far as you can. And it fades.
Woohoo.
Oh shit!
I was wondering when that would happen.